Is this the deadline shield? It is, yes. I like to. Hello, hello. How to keep all the build system API in my head? I keep forgetting them. Uh, my recommendation is not to worry about this and to remember where to find examples on what to do. The GitHub the all your code base GitHub organization, the same for the one on Codeberg, but especially the one on GitHub is full of examples on how to use the build system. If you're doing complicated stuff when it comes to integrating with C and C++ projects, if you mean like just normal, more mundane Zig stuff, then projects outside of all your code base might be more relevant. But if you remember one or two projects that do the type of stuff that you need, you can always go to them and copy what you need. Because the reality is that if you use the build system often enough, you will remember, you will internalize how it works, and you will remember everything. But if you don't use it often enough, there's just no way. So you could have, you could make a cheat sheet, or you could find somewhere a cheat sheet. They exist. But uh, ultimately, just finding a place where you know there is correct usage of those APIs and just referring to that whenever you need something, it just, it's just very practical. Also, if you want help, like remembering, like in understanding the principles behind the build system, check this out. I'll send it also on YouTube. Hmm. How are we going to test these things here? Fuck. Okay, we need CI for this. There's just no way. There is no way we can afford not having CI for this. It is just impossible. Just impossible. So that means that um, all of these, actually, no. All of this needs to flow below the line. This needs to flow down here. And then we're going to have to we're going to have to pull up all these options into separate variables. So that RTCD, then I guess I'm going to copy them. I'm going to change this to float API. The problem is that we cannot do the or else part in here. We do maybe, for now, I think this is fine. And these guys are all optional booleans. Man, I kind of want to put them into a struct, but it's already too annoying. So actually, CPU features goes down below. Okay, so let's move these ones over. Okay, fixed bug. How does it work? Bug fix point implementation. Disable float API, default false. Disable float API, which is now default true. So this is if float API or else true, null, else true. Okay. Assertions, it's this. Assertions or else blah, blah, blah. Float approximation. A float approximation or else false. True if it's one of the architectures. Otherwise null. Otherwise null. Okay. Dread. Deep PLC. Okay. Then we need to do these guys. And hopefully we're done. Okay. Hardening, default true. Yeah. Oh, this one has flipped around. So this is enable debug float. So if debug float or else false, true, else null. I wish there was a false equals null type of thing. God damn it. Style, max bytes, include path, first thread other. That's weird. Include guard override. This definitely would benefit from a um, false is null. Ah. Okay, so with this we should have done everything. We're only missing RTCD, which up here should be at the very end. Okay, what do you not like? The fact that setup CI doesn't exist. I agree. Wait, oh, you cannot put multiple arguments on the same line? Uh, okay. Now, actually, setup CI doesn't need all these flags because these need to be local variables. We made the choice locally, not passed in. Actually, setup CI is more simpler to call. Definitely. Oh, that's nice. That makes me glad. Okay. It does make sense though to turn these into a abstract. You know, let's do it. Because that way we can treat this as data and we can do stuff with it so much more easily. There we go. Oh man, I'm gonna have to put to paste this behind so many symbols. Ah man. Okay, so this seems fine. What do you not like now? Oh, this one. Oh, that's why I wasn't seeing the other ones because I started missing those. Oh, I see what the problem is with RTCD. RTCD, we don't let it be optional. Wait a second. I don't want to modify this. I think we just modify it here to be or else false. Like this is straight up disabled if you don't specify it. Okay, now we have setup CI issues. That is fine. Okay, so we want, I think, some configs. Oh, I could have done this all in one go. Oh well. I'm too deep now. Okay, so now we have a bunch of configs. So for example, one config is going to be um, nothing enabled. Then another one is going to be um, without, I mean, the configs that we are interested in is read through deep PLC true, OSCE true, OSCE BWE true, and and then RTC. So this one, and then this one with RTCD true. I think that's kind of what we care about for now. Targets also is going to be an array of. Actually, you know what? It's going to be a slice. There we go. This can be a slice of std dot. What is a good way of specifying this? Target queries, I guess. Mm, build opus b pe debug config. Also, we don't need target and optimize in here. Actually, no, we do want these. More than optimize, we care about target. We want the native target. And I think we want configs on the outside and targets on the inside. So build opus target debug with a given config. And then we also do, we do also the release safe. Do I release safe or release fast? Let's do release fast. We do this. And then for each config, we do also build opus b target. Here. There we go. Although I don't know if we care about the release fast one. I don't think we care about the release fast one. Yeah, this is it. Okay, let's see how I did this in Zine, for example. I like this. So we do want to install these artifacts, but we also want all of these things to depend on that step. The problem is that we're already depending on the right thing. Let me think about it for a second. Oh, you know what? What I'm doing is not necessary. Yeah, what I'm doing is absolutely not necessary because you run CI. Yeah, this is actually not necessary. Mm, no, wait a second. We want to define these jobs, but we want these jobs to depend on. That is annoying. Okay, so now what I was doing was right. You need to pass in a step. And then in here, instead of install artifact, we do add install artifact. That's how you do it. Well, the good news is that I think this is it. Oh, there's the test as well. Test the Opus API. Oh, this is actually really good. Test step. Um, no, I think this is wrong. I think that this. Okay, this should be like this. Okay, this should be like this. And then there should be setup CI that essentially does the same, but internally. Okay, so build opus then needs to return this stuff instead of doing anything. Don't do this, don't do this. There we go. So CI has its own CI step. Um, okay, so with this, we run everything. Now, what about here? Do-do-do-do-do. A lot of pointers and a lot of stuff. Well, such is life. Hello, Patton. So, what do we do now? Oh, okay, so the first one is easy. We do this. We depend on lib and dynlib because we want to build and install them. But then there's tests, and we kind of would like to run tests. I think there is a way of running tests with the emulation integration. But I never done it myself, so I never really learned. Do you use Nix to build your apps? No, I'm writing them in Zig. And with Zig, you don't need Nix or other package managers because you can make them fully self-contained. And while sometimes you are forced to make a Zig package that depends on system libraries, you normally do not want to do that. You normally would like your package to be fully self-contained, which is what I'm doing right now. So I don't need Nix because I don't need anything from the system. But if you're lazy building your own library, sorry, I'm not sure I follow. Okay, for now, let's not run non-native tests. And let's see how far we get. This is going to be a bloodbath. I mean, you use Zig assuming you build everything using Zig build. Yes. I mean, it's a Zig project, so yes, you need to use Zig to build it, no matter what. Then that being said, if you're a NixOS distro maintainer and what is some other project is only available using, say, Bazel, what normally what happens? Well, for example, this project here that I'm working on right now is called Opus, and it's a audio codec, and it's a C project that has its own Mason build, CMake, make file with autoconfig and everything. And I'm just ripping out those build systems and bypassing them completely, and I'm doing the whole build job myself with Zig. So I'm completely bypassing their system. And the result is that, for example, now I'm setting up CI that cross compiles for a bunch of different targets with a bunch of different combinations and runs also their test suite. What you're seeing right now running is their test suite to make sure that everything works as expected. So long story short, the Zig build system is, generally speaking, easier and more complete than those build systems. At least the way you see them used in general, and it's also more dependencies. So usually, what we do is that we just get rid of those extra dependencies, and we do everything in house, and it's just superior because you do Zig build, and no matter what computer you're on, you know that it's gonna work, and also no matter what computer you're building for, you know it's gonna work. So like you're on a Mac OS Arch 64, like an Apple Silicon Mac, but I want to build it for x86 64 Linux. I just do Zig build dash d target x86 64 Linux, and it works. I'm actually really curious to run non-native tests. I want to see how that works. There we go. All API tests passed. So we built for the entire target. So we built all these configurations, and for all these targets. Actually, let's do it again. Summary all. Um, I think that we should say also that this test is it does not have side effects because it doesn't need to run every single time. Like if the artifacts don't change, let me see. Test Opus API, add executable, add run artifact. Yes. Okay, so this way we're not gonna run it every single time. It will run it once more because we never run it with side effects off. Okay, let's see if we did it correctly. So this is the whole build graph. So CI makes us install Opus, build debug native, then runs test Opus API debug native. Let's see, compile lib Opus debug max Arch64 Mac OS debug Arch64 Linux. Do. Okay, so we're doing a lot of builds essentially, and it's all fine. It's all well and good. Okay, let's try to run also non-native tests. Let's see how we can make this work. You adapt those projects to use the build system, the Zig build system, instead of using their build system. Exactly. Because it's essentially a lost battle trying to make other build systems support cross compilation um, when project authors didn't think about it. In the case of Opus, I believe that it might be possible. For example, I'm not sure, but it's just like why? It's actually less work to just rip everything out and do everything on our end. So if you look at all your code base is a list of C packages, C and C++ packages. C and C++ libraries packaged with the Zig build system. So that way you can add them in a Zig project and you can just keep cross compiling and doing everything else without having any trouble. So here's one thing that I find curious. Why are we not doing this 3 times? Did we not run the test 3 times? Like when I do CI. Okay, why is this being run again? So why is this running again? And why is it not running like twice? This code is built on Elixir. Um, Maybe. I think it's probably big enough that it's a bajillion different languages. What their main stack is, I don't know. I think it was Elixir, but then didn't they go for Rust at some point? Is Zig comparable to what? Ask me the second question with more detail, and I'll be happy to answer it. Okay, for simplicity, let's do this. Let's stop caring about artifacts, and let's just actually I'm gonna cheat. Okay, let's simplify the graph a little bit. Let's just do the tests. Let's see what happens with those. Because it's kind of sus. What I'm seeing here is turbo sus, turbo suspicious. I think I might need to reset my cache because I think we are hitting a cache bug. Oh, you know what? Maybe we are seeing the test run twice. You know. Um I think we can also there should be a way of giving names to these things. Run test dot set name. There we go. Well, we'll do it on native though. Hmm. I'm gonna use indices. Native test config something, and then it's gonna be IDX. Okay, this way we're going to be able to see. Although we do see repacketizer tests, I think we're going to see them again in a bit, which is going to be, yeah, which means that we are running the two test suites one after the other. It's just that it's one after the other, so without any pause. So it's, oh, actually, wait, there's a third one. Oh, yeah, right. There's a few. Right, that makes sense because it's one for each configuration. So we are running all the tests that we need, although we're not properly caching them. So native test config 0, native test config 1, native test config 2, native test config 3. Okay, so here we see um, now we can tell what's going on. Then I think we can do the same for this other stuff. You cannot set name to that. You need to set name to this. But does it have a name? Oh shit. Okay, never mind. These guys don't have names. Although maybe that is fine. This is what matters the most, to be honest. Okay. So how do we do now? So I'm gonna keep this commented out for one more. Now we need to do the same for tests down here. So test config something something. And then we need to do CI that depend on run test.step. Okay, so how do we run those tests? Okay, if we do it naively, also, let me reset the cache because we should not be running those tests every single time. So I'm gonna actually comment this stuff out and let's run it because these things should only run once per time that we build the library. Like we should be able to cache those test runs. I think it's the config header that might be fucking us. If that is the case, I don't know. Then we need to move to flags, but that is so annoying. Should not be the case. No, they still run. Okay, did I mess up this thing? No, has side effects. False. Look at this. Failing to execute foreign is an error. If this is true, failing to execute a foreign binary will be considered an error. However, if this is false, the step will be skipped on failure instead. This allows for a run step to attempt to execute a foreign binary using an external executor such as QEMU, but not fail if the executor is unavailable. And there's also skip foreign checks. Let's see. To check the output of the executed binary will not fail if the binary cannot be executed due to being foreign. Okay. Command line arguments such as fqemu, f wasn't time may affect whether a binary is detected as foreign, as well as system configurations such as Rosetta or BNFNT MISC. If this run step is considered to have side effects, then this flag does nothing. Okay, so I think we want this failing to execute. This doesn't explain though why we are still running this step. We're not caching it. We should be caching it. But anyway, okay, let's run it like this and let's see what happens. So I don't think I have Rosetta, and I don't think I have QEMU. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when we get to those. Oh, the whole system is unable to execute binaries for the target. Okay, so what I think is happening is that yeah, we're failing to execute foreign binaries, but we are running the cross-compiled versions of these executables for macOS. And we do have Rosetta. So, although I think I commented out x86 macOS. Did I? Do I still have a x86 macOS? Oh no, I killed it. Let's keep it. Should we do per OS instead of per architecture? Maybe. Yeah, look, this is cached, cached, but this runs. That's unfortunate. Um. Okay, so how do you do this? Brew install qemu. Oh, we're installing everything for qemu. Okay. libusb. Okay. Brew install wine. Wine tricks. Cast wine stable. Wine at devil deprecated. Wine at staging deprecated. Wire deprecated. Brew install wine stable. It does not pass the macOS gatekeeper check. It will be disabled at the end of 2026. When macOS requires Rosetta 2 to be installed, you can install Rosetta 2 with this. I do have Rosetta, do I not? Package authoring error. Package reference apple.com is missing install kbytes attribute. Why is nothing working? Okay, let's see how this is reflected in our Zig build CI. Although, you know what? We're gonna comment out the native stuff. We're gonna comment it out because we know that those run. We want to see the non-native shit run. Or afraid to run. From target x86-64 Linux. Oh man, how does it work then? Okay, wait. Zig build. Oh. There's the FQEMU stuff, etc. Let's see. F Rosetta, rely on Rosetta. F wasn't time. F wine. By the way, you know that we could also attempt a WebAssembly build of Opus? FQEMU, F darling. Okay, so we want FQEMU, F Rosetta, F wine, I think. Also, you know what? I'm gonna comment out Arch64 macOS so that we can only test non-weird architectures. Okay, so this is one of them going. So this is non-native. This is probably going through Rosetta. That being said, there might be some errors because Rosetta might not implement all instructions correctly, all instruction sets correctly. So who knows? Although I think Rosetta hopefully doesn't give you wrong information in CPU feature detection. So Windows didn't work. Linux didn't work. Linux didn't work. x86-64 macOS worked. Windows did not work. Yeah, so Windows and Linux don't work. Okay, so we have this. We have x86-64 macOS working, but we don't have any of the other ones working. That's unfortunate. So how do we test? A simplified version of this is Zig build test -d target equals x86 64 Linux. Actually, let's do Arch Linux. Okay, so this doesn't work. Okay, can we do -f qemu? Nope. I don't know how this integration works normally. There's probably more work that I need to do, I think, in the system to make this work. But you know what? I think I'm happy with how this is all in the build script. Okay, I think this is great. So we have an Opus CI command. Here's what we're missing. We're missing actual CI integration with GitHub. So I'm gonna copy -r. What's an Opus project that has this stuff? An Opus project that does have CI. Sorry, Opus. I mean, all your Codebase project that does have CI. Do I have Python? No. What do I have in here? Oh, could it be that I put some stuff under all your code base? Okay, only that thing. The heck? What is this? I don't know what's that. So never mind. Seaborg, oh, Seaborg is the GFM. It does. So let's look at this guy. Matrix OS. Ooh, we even have this? I don't think it's necessary. Oh, Jesus. What are we looking at here? Um, are you talking to what? Are you talking about what I was doing yesterday? I don't know. I think I figured it out in the end. Like the build now works, so I'm happy. Okay, let's see what happens now with CI. What was the whole point? Uh, the whole point is that I was porting the original build script. I was basically wiring all the available build flags that Opus exposes to a Zig build script. But to do that, you cannot do that entirely not understanding what the flags do, or maybe I guess you kind of can, but then you're essentially uh you're just kicking the can down the road. So like you're basically requiring that users of your library then figure out the right combination of flags, which in some of those flags are up to your use case, but some of them relate to specifics of the target, which Zig has knowledge of. So I needed to harmonize all these things. Out of them probably aren't relevant anymore. Could be, could be, could be. I don't know 100%. So yeah, definitely I don't really care about ARM, like non 64 ARM. So for now, so it's probably like I'm not even testing it. I think it kind of works, but it's the one part that I don't bother checking that it does actually work. Um, but I didn't want to completely obliterate those flags, partially because I don't fully understand them, and partially, and it turned out in the end that a bunch of them, in any case, would like we're still you still wanted to turn them on for ARM 64, so they weren't ARM 32-bit only. They were also Arch 64 flags. Um, but in any case, the one last reason why I didn't want to just obliterate them is because um, maybe in the future we are going to run Awebo in I don't know, some crappy ARM embedded device or a crappy ARM Android phone. I don't know, and at that point those flags will become relevant. So that's why I didn't want to just immediately nuke them. That was it. Yeah, but in my case, the problem is that I was actually learning how to do these things. Specifically, runtime feature detection. I had never, in the past, I had never implemented runtime feature detection on um, in the Zig build system. So that was the opportunity to see how that worked. And so I figured all that stuff out, and I don't know. Now it seems good. On a lot of supporting OSs, you can runtime detect these. In that case, that's fine, because in that case, the expectation is that the person who is the consumer of this library, so in that case, us, when making a release of Awebo, then it's on us to disable runtime feature detection and hard code in our target precisely what are the features that we have available or not. So that part is easy because it's entirely handled by Zig natively. It's just the runtime feature detection that required like fiddling with a bunch of their things. One for each platform SDK, and then runtime load the right one. Wow. Okay, let's take a look at how our machine are configured. So if I go to Codeberg, ziglang slash nothing, and we look at the infra documents, Jesus Christ, how many machines is Alex spinning up? Holy fuck. I didn't, I, I didn't know we had these many machines. Oh, come on. Some must have been. Oh no, it's the weird architectures. We have a Z15 architecture. One, two, three. Space Meat X60. IBM Power 10. Longson 3C 6000S. I guess we care about how to set up runners, maybe. Let's see if there's any mention of QEMU. There's no mention of QEMU, so that's not it. Building libcs, OEM upgrade, release MD. No. Oh, but would you look at that? We have some special QEMUs. We do have QEMU. Okay, so I guess what we will want to do in here is run apt. Is it apt install? Wine QEMU. Darling. Is this enough? So this is now testing config 3. I believe we have 4 configurations. So this is not yet at the end. Man, these VMs are so crappy. Ah, fuck it, I'm pushing. Cancel this job. It's fine. APT does not have a... Okay, what am I supposed to use? I keep forgetting this because I don't... Are you root? Oh, God. Okay, apt get install -y. Thank you, darling. How about this one? Unable to locate package darling. Package qemu. Oh man, what's the name of these packages in the Ubuntu/Debian world? Qemu user static. There we go. Also, maybe that's what I want. Real install qemu user static. Is that what I was needing? Oh, god damn it. Qemu user. Right. Why would it work? Schema user. Oh my fucking god. Why does it keep changing? Why do the things not update? Thank you. Ubuntu darling. Oh, of course. Adding a repository traceback. Why am I getting a Python traceback? For one unauthorized. So so this article is scamming me. Please, darling HQ, I should have gone to the official website. Hopefully this is the official website. Excuse me. The fuck is going on in here? What? Build instructions. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Please, just install instructions, please. Wait, but fetch the sources, build options. But I don't want to build. Please. So installing software is not about installing Darling. No, that's the peer car guide, but um, seems that the website is dead. I just cannot have Darling. Oh, let's do this. GitHub Darling. Maybe there's a GitHub action for Darling or something. Nah, fuck off. So there's no action to get Darling. Okay. No Darling. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Maybe we can do one quest like this. No, but then the other thing is not gonna work. God damn it. Okay, let's see what happens to our CI now. Now this is gonna take a while to run all the tests. Okay, how many QEMU packages do we have? Just QEMU. God damn it, man. Oh man. With QEMU system. Too much work. Unable to run for in binary, fail command, blah blah blah. Testing the libopus config 0. So yeah, so this is not able to run the macOS ones. But like, I also don't understand. So if I do Windows F wine, does that work? Nope. Oh, we got a translation failure. Oh, right. Arch64 Windows does this. Yeah, F1 seems to do nothing. Mm. So I don't know. I think this is as far as I'm gonna go now. With this, we have CI which tests a bunch of combinations. Um, Hopefully successfully. We'll see. We'll see what happens at the end of the run. Um, the builds all succeed. The tests they don't all run. Unfortunately, it would be nice to run all the different tests, but at least we have this. So this should not fail the build. I mean, it doesn't because otherwise I think it would have already failed maybe. But yeah, that's it. Okay. So with this, we can go back to Awebo. Update Opus again. Okay. Oh, git pull first. Right. Okay, let's do some Awebo work. I want to see the CI succeed, but we can do work, I guess, in the meantime. This should take 10 minutes to finish running, I think. Um, so what are we doing to Awebo? There are, so as I was saying, this is the main thing that interests me, just general polishing of Awebo flows. And I think right now the highest priority is to unblock Windows. Right now, Windows doesn't work because there's a missing net thing in Zig. You know what? I'm gonna try to build a Webo on Windows and see if that works. Let's see if I have a proper setup on my other machine. I'm gonna try to be fast. I'm not gonna screen share this. Do I have Zig up? Holy shit! I have Zig up. Zig up master. It's unzipping. Unzipping is taking forever. Such a delightful Windows moment. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can screen share. I can screen share the terminal. Where is it? There you go. Oh, you get to enjoy my Windows PowerShell. Let's go. Delightful. Let's just run Zig build first. Let's see how far we get. Okay, I'm back. What could have gone wrong, right? Name server failure. It forgot about for some reason it forgot about GitHub at some point. We're rebuilding the build script. Can we all forget about GitHub collectively? I don't think that's gonna happen too soon. But you know what you can do in the meantime to help with the effort? Um, use always the full qualified name. It's Microslop GitHub. Because people, when they say GitHub without, mentioning the owner's name, they kind of forget that it's a Microslop company. I think I would accept also GitHub by Microslop or GitHub, open parentheses, a Microslop company, close parentheses. Microsoft's Discord. Wait, they didn't buy it at the end, did they? Uh, I'm joking, by the way. I know that they had a Discord server. Uh, okay, so this time the build succeeded, and the download succeeded, and now we're building SDL. Why is Windows such a bad OS? I don't get it. Copy slop. Okay, so our build failed. Type of value, service select, like manager, you ignore. Oh, these are okay. So we have upgraded here to a version of Zig that is post some changes to cancel. So I think we might want to just upgrade Awebo in general to a new version of Zig because it doesn't hurt. So let's do it here. So toggle off PowerShell for now. PowerShell. We're going back though soon. So Zig up master. Although I know the error, we already saw it. It's the defer cancel in run.zig. I think we can select cancel discard. Oof. So once he's here, I think we have another select.cancel somewhere. Argument unused during compilation. Have no RT default lib. Do we have those? No. Oh, is this a malloc.h file not found? What? I think this upgrade of Zig might be problematic. It's introducing other jankiness. Oh no. The fuck is this thing? I'm not using it. RT default lib. RT default lib. I'm just quickly going to check in Opus if we specify that flag, but I'm pretty sure we don't. Yeah, we don't do any of this stuff. Okay, no, this is not us. This is not me. Okay, so git status, git checkout, build.zig.zon, zig up. Man, it's so laggy. Yeah, okay, so git checkout source. Okay, we don't do this. So that means that we go here. We do zig up. 0.16. I mean, I need to copy it. There's no way zig version. This. Okay. Okay, let's do zig build now. Oh, it's already running out. Delightful. Wait a second. Zig up. Zig version. But it told you to get this other one. Error. Download. Server replied with unsuccessful response. 404 not found. Fuck. Fuck. So this version, we lost this version of Zig from Ziglang, but the mirrors should have it. I think I need to update my version of Zig up. Is it in there? No. Oh, well, it's not in there for sure. No, it's just that the old builds get deleted. There are so many targets now and so many builds that unstable builds last 30 days and then they get deleted. So you essentially are required to chase master. And if you fall behind is a problem. I'm going to upgrade my Zig up because I think the new Zig up will be able to use uh, mirrors. Does this work? No. Does this work? The fuck is that text blinking? Oh, there you go. Okay, so no, this one is not too old. I think it's just that my Zig was so old that he didn't know about the new format for Zig versions. Hmm. Man, Power Hell is incredible. There we go. Zig version. Okay, success. The funny thing about compiling on this machine is that if now the compilation eats all my available system resources, my stream is going to lag. You never see my stream lag on macOS because I'm streaming from another machine. But now, who knows what's going to happen? It seems that this machine is beefy enough to just survive. That's good. Okay, so we have built everything. Okay, so the server fails because we hit to do panic, implement net receive windows. And I believe that this is the same issue that the client faces. Oh shit, I did not want to do this. Okay, so if I do zig build GUI -d local cache, okay, let's try to connect to my local server here, or I could do the remote one, but well, you guys cannot see Awebo, so let me add Awebo. No, this is oh man, this is a how do we do this? I think the problem is that this needs to be above. Make it bigger, and yeah, you also want to see the window. Okay, let me try my local Mac. I guess this guy runs on every port, right? So on every address, well, every interface. So should be fine. And I don't know what's the other one. Admin. Is it 4? No, it's 3. I don't think it's 3. Wait, was it actually 4? And I just got the password wrong. It might be. No. Okay. Ten. Okay. What? Oh, wow. Well, yeah, this is all working. Test, test. Oh yeah, I hear myself back. You guys cannot. Um, Also, the delay is wow, really low. Holy shit, that's nice. It's almost like usable. Actually, not even almost. It is very usable. Huh. Boom. To do send net windows. Well, net send windows. Okay, so that's the to do. Hmm. Is it using Wasapi on Windows? I believe ultimately yes. I believe. Um, but this is not a native Awebo backend. This is a it's a library called Mini Audio. So there is a Mini Audio backend that works in a multi-platform manner. Um, but we don't want to keep using it forever. It's just like it's a stopgap. It's a temporary solution so that we can have a web work on other platforms. And then the idea is that we do work on per platform specific backends. Okay, so it's NetSend, the current blocker for the client. And I mean, I guess if you implement that, you also want to implement net receive. So net send, net receive are the problem currently. Okay, so that means that with this implemented, we should have a web working also on Windows. That's not bad. Okay, I'm happy to have tried a web on Windows so that now I have some knowledge of how's life on the Windows side of things. And also I now have a setup that allows me to run a web on Windows and see how it goes. So let's work on web flows then. Oh, also, how did our CI go? It returned an overall failure. Oh, that is annoying. Why did he return an overall failure? So, well, I mean, I think that all that could succeed succeeded. It's just the tests that did not succeed. But also, why are these failures? Hmm. I need to talk with Andrew or Matt, and so that they can tell me what I'm supposed to do to get foreign tests to run correctly on a machine. Okay, I would say so far so good. So think I'm gonna get some more tea, and then we start literally looking at Awebo from the moment it starts, from the moment it boots, and then um, and then we are going to look at everything that looks like it's something that we could make better, and we try to make it better. So it's just an overall polish pass based on what we see. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. By the way, yesterday somebody was asking whether I was sure that the generated artifacts would contain implementations for all the different instruction sets. So check this out. Here I have a build of libopus that I made. So if you make a native build, you get precisely the extensions that you have in your system. If you make a cross-compiled version and you turn RTCD on, so the command that I ran was this, R64 Linux RTCD, and with this, if you run uh, to do if you run an M on libopus, you should see what's available. Why does it not do Neon? Because I think that the last command that I ran was for x86, maybe. Yeah, the last one that I ran was for x86. In any case, for example, this one is for x86, and you can see that it has AVX, and you can see that all these symbols are implemented. So it's not just that the symbol exists, but it also provides, there's also a definition for it. Otherwise, this would be U if those were just symbols, undefined symbols. Same with SSC. If I use space, will it do or? No. Does it accept any type of syntax like this? Oh my god. It doesn't. Okay. Well, in any case, you get the idea. We have SSC, SSC2, SSC41. So we should be good. Um, anyway. Okay, main client GUI. I'm gonna also zoom out a little bit. Let's see what we can do better here. The icon. We could go from the Zig icon to the Awebo icon. So I think that it's time to replace the Zig icon with Awebo. This is for anybody who's asking. This is Awebo. I think I have it also downloaded somewhere already. Wow. Oh, we already have an icon PNG. Wait a second. Oh, but we cannot reference the icon from out there. So I guess our option here is go to assets. And so either we reference it from, either we copy these or we reference it as a submodule. I think it's fine to render consider this a submodule. So instead of a embed file, we do add import app icon. And then in the build script, we add a app icon module. Yeah. Also considering that only GUI cares about this stuff. That's fine. We only do it in GUI. There we go. Hey, crypto code. We're embracing Awebo um as our temporary app icon. So okay. Uh-oh. App icon? What do you mean? App icon? What's your problem, dude? I'm so confused. Actually, maybe I'm not confused. So now we're getting these errors. Oh wait, Zig version. Which version I'm on? Okay, so I'm on the right Zig version. Wait a second. Let's reset the Zig cache because we were doing bad stuff. Although this doesn't explain um why we were getting that error though. Let's see what happens now. So wait, we are getting these. You appear to be compiling without optimization. If so, Opus will be very slow. Wait a second. So this error was not caused by upgrading Zig. We are dealing with it now. Okay. Let's get to the bottom of this. So this usage is correct. Do I have latest? I have latest. So how have we borked this now? And now it complains about that. GUI. Oh, wait. Am I supposed to do embed file anyway? I think I might be required to do embed file anyway. That still doesn't answer the other problems, though. Yeah. Okay, this seems to be going insane. Use argument during compilation f no rt lib default lib. malloc.h file not found. Hey Brad, thank you. So we have some errors, which I think like the fact that we are not using this argument, I think this is fine. I think the real problem is that we're failing to find malloc. Why are we failing to find malloc? That's surprising because we are linking libc 100%. Also, we're building native, so we're not building with runtime feature detection. And well, that means one thing, that we need to do we need to fork opus and use our local opus, and then we need to tweak it again somehow. Call this project called Zigzag. It's made with Zig. Have you seen it? No. Okay, so we're looking at compiling pitch analysis core flp.c, and in there we failed to find malloc somehow. So we're doing pitch analysis core. So when we're using silk, when we're using these definitions here, we link libc and we pass down target and optimize and config, but somehow we fail to find malloc.c. Malloc.h. So the question is malloc.h yeah, malloc.h file not found, and yet we are now in Zig's header files. That's bad. How is this happening? Huh. How did we get here? Like this surprises me a lot. Out of curiosity, if I cross compile, if cross compiling makes it work, it means that one of the changes that I made to make runtime CPU detection work broke native stuff. Okay, no, it breaks also like this. But I bet you that if we switch to an older version, then it's not gonna cause these issues. I wonder what we are breaking now, though. And why do my things here not? Oh, I don't have float approximations on. What if I turn off float approximations in my build? Hello, Julian. I cannot imagine, of all things, float approximations to be the thing that breaks everything. Okay, you know what? I think this might be it. We never needed it, especially not for macOS. And yet, no, that's not it. God damn it. Because to be fair, this is not strictly true for our module here. So, what am I doing wrong? Like, why are we not finding malloc.h? And the weirdest thing is that this guy works. Arch64 macOS? Oh, well, let's enable everything. So, what do we have on? Dread, Deep PLC, OSC, OSC, BWE. Okay, let's see now. RTCD should not make a difference in theory. What other things do I have in here? Float approximation. That's kind of it. Also, this works. This also works. I think there is something cursed that happened here. Is it a Discord client or a completely new application? It is a new completely new application, yeah. But that's kind of part of the problem, right? If it's always linked on macOS, then even more the reason why by making a native build here, everything should be fine. Ever more the reason. No, it broke on macOS right now. I don't know why. And the thing is that there's a header file in our did somehow the Zig up code do something wrong? That's the only thing that I can think of. Yeah, I already reset the caches. I feel like I'm going insane. This must be such a stupid thing. Maybe this has to do with a patch that emerged. Maybe a PR that emerged. I didn't read it well enough, and it introduced something unexpected on the build side. But maybe the compilation fails not for the main step, but it fails for some other step that's defined here. Let's see if this was defined correctly in setup CI. So setup CI is given a step. It is important to do this also to the dummy stuff. Dummy GUI, dummy TUI. Maybe they should have different names. They already have different names, so we can just place them in under dummy. So this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Tests do matter. Is the test given to us as a run step, or is it given to us as a test? Oh, it's a test, not a run step. So we're not running the test. Um, that's fine. Hmm. So what else could we have done to cause issues? What else could we have done to cause issues? This is truly blowing my mind. Both TUI and GUI have this problem. Okay, let's ignore up icon. But the fact is that TUI also has the same problem. It's crazy. Okay, what if we do this in TUI? Disable all the weird options. Let's see if TUI fixes itself by disabling all the weird options. No, it doesn't. How have I introduced this problem? Actually, wait a second. No, it's I don't know. Okay, I'm completely stumped. I have no idea. This was working up until a moment ago. Zig build mesh d target Linux. Do have the same problem targeting Linux. I even built these for Windows. Out of curiosity, is our CI broken? Is our CI red? It is. But it was green here. Okay, so it's updating Opus that caused trouble. Like, what have I fucked up in this change? Okay, it means that in this change I have fucked something up. This is the part I could have messed up, but it all seems correct. And then CI. I don't understand how this commit is what's causing all the trouble. We can test this. We can literally test this like this. It's working. So that change broke it. That means that the transformation broke something, which you do not see when running CI directly, but you do see when creating modules test. And that change is only for adding CI. Like this whole change here, all it did was make transformations to enable CI. In theory, it should be semantically inconsequential, except that clearly it isn't. How the heck? Um, what if we comment out setup CI? CI never existed. Would it still break? Huh. Okay, so I was. By the way, this is the new Awebo stuff. It's so funny. So that means that it's the code that sets up CI that breaks it all somehow. How? Not clear. Why do these definitions cause trouble though? Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to think that the problem is at config header. I think that this config header has a lot of issues. Basically, we're somehow overriding it. That's bad. That is bad. That is bad. Yeah, I think the problem is the config header. Somehow they end up sharing the config header. And, you know, what if this would be so funny, but what if it was like this? You move the CI definition first, and that fixes it. That would be so funny. So now this works. You move the definition last, and now it stops working. I think the config header step just doesn't work as it should. And it's not my fault. It's not setup CI fault. That's for sure. All setup CI does is invoke build opus a bunch of times. And I think that the only problem is the build opus. Let's see what it does. Now it just looks at the target, looks at the provided target, looks at the provided flags, reasons about them. Uh-uh. It's the config header. Like, I'm so confident that it's the config header. Okay, so here's what we do. We temporarily disable CI. No more CI. Okay. Upgrade opus. Build normally. At this point, we might as well upgrade Zig. Okay. So this works. And, well, I mean, so that means that I'm not done messing with Opus then. What a nightmare of a packaging situation. It's unfortunate that that config file just does not lend itself to be portable. Super annoying. Super, super, super annoying. Okay, then next. I don't want to do it now, but the solution is to basically rip out the config file and replace every one of those definitions from the config file to just normal CLI definitions. That's it. That's how you make it work. Okay. In Awebo now. So we successfully, despite everything, we successfully switched to Awebi. We now have Awebi. So you can see it here in action. We have a Webby down here. So that means that if we have a Webby, it's time to say goodbye to the Zig image. Actually, let's just remove data. Let me think about it for a moment. Actually, maybe there's an argument to be made that assets out here should be um, part of client. So let's look at the build system, the build script. Oh, there's no reference to assets. That means that it's a magic directory needed by this thing. Oh no, there we go. Assets. I think that the concept of an application logo is a client only concept. I don't think it's a server side concept. So what I would like to do is change this. Julian, are you still around? If you're still around, can you confirm that changing this to a different path is not going to be the end of the world? Oh, there's assets / macOS bundle. Yeah, basically, I want to change assets. I want to move assets under source / client because these are client stuff. Can I do that? Can I just change here? So yeah, so it's 1, 2, and 3, right? Okay, what's the build step for this guy? macOS bundle. Mm, macOS / bundle. Blarb. Trying to check cache assets up icon. Oh yeah, that's on me. Yeah, he's the author of the code that does the signing, the application modeling. Unable to open data from icon zig file not found. Yes, that's fair. Okay, so let's chat panel. Awebo. Okay, so we have bundled it. Where does the bundle stuff go in Zig out? I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Check out that bundled Awebo, which immediately shits itself. But I mean, I don't know. It's fine. Well, in any case, the thing succeeds, so that's I'm happy with that. Okay, so git status. Okay, so we have switched to a Webby. Then client GUI. What else can we improve? Size. I think this default size is a little bit small. So I think we should say that this starts at something bigger. So like what is it? 12 is it 1240 Do I remember correctly? I think that is a reasonable upgrade of the application size. Yeah. I think this is a reasonable size. Yeah, now people are webbies. That's fine. Are you going to do the whole citing neutralization process eventually? Um Generally speaking, yeah. I If we can pull it off and it's not too insanely annoying to do to make a better macOS experience, why not? I'm fine with buying the $100 a year subscription for that. And also, I'm fine making releases on a Mac machine so that we can have all the, shitty macOS machinery available to us. I think that for independence, it would be nice to get rid of, the macOS stuff, make it optional. But yeah, for signing and authorization, that's fine. I guess we should do signing also for Windows, shouldn't we? I guess we could also do that if it doesn't cost too much and it's not too insane. Especially if we can do it without Windows. If it requires Windows, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when it's time to cross that bridge. Okay, so do we need this to be a constant? Why don't we just immediately do this? Also, vsync equals true. Where are we doing vsync? Where are we using this variable? Nowhere. Okay, goodbye. String pool. That's Windows stuff that Johnny used. I'm gonna leave it there for now. You can sign those things. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so that part is also fine. Here's what I was thinking about though. I was thinking about the day where we decide to have a mobile application, like an iOS application. I think once you pull mobile applications into the mix, then trying to stay too far away from the official toolchain, I think it becomes unfeasible. Like, I don't think you can upload um builds of a mobile application to the App Store, to the Apple App Store, without going through the Apple toolchain. I might be wrong. I'm absolutely not an expert at all, but I have done it in the past. And I remember that both signing and uploading the bundle was done through Xcode. And I don't remember ever seeing an alternative process, which still might be there. I just never seen it. So Andrew did this work to get rid of global variables and turn them into a struct. I still am not sold on exactly what it is that we gained by doing this, because we certainly lost one thing. We lost the fact that variables that were used locally in one scene now are not defining that scene anymore. We can fix this because we can make every scene essentially a top level struct, and we make whatever global variable we had before into a struct field. Um, I guess I still am not sold on exactly what is the utility of this um, procedure though, because the problem is that the GUI is the ultimate singleton. I like DVOI doesn't seem to be anything to be usable in any other form than as a singleton, probably because the things that it connects to in turn want to be singletons. So I'm not sure exactly what this exercise gains us over just namespace globals. But um, let's go down this path and let's make this good though, because this right now is just a bad way of doing this. Let's find a good way of doing this at least. So uh, let's do it one at a time. So for example, this main thing here. So that means that we have main. Yeah. Now main needs to become a top level struct that has these fields. And now we need to find ourselves inside of app. Hmm. Headless testing? No, I don't think the DVOI supports it. I'm not. I'm also not sure what headless testing will look like this. Um, so you say, I guess headless testing would be launching the application with also the DVUI layer, no visual rendering at all, like no real rendering, but you can still interact with the DVUI API. So basically, the DVUI. So basically, you run DVUI with a, let's say, dummy backend. and you test it that way. Personally, I think I would prefer to either test the core client logic without any UI layer, or if we include the UI layer, then I would like for that to be full end to end. So I would like for the testing application to like click on buttons essentially and take screenshots, for example. Which I guess maybe you could do also with headless. I guess headless would be a more efficient way of doing that, right? In theory. Still, I think we are very far from having that kind of infrastructure. Anyway, um, another thing that I don't like about this setup is that you cannot see anymore which views depend on which other views state. Because previously you could see, for example, whatever this thing is, whatever this thing here is, it refers to these guys. Although this is main, so it refers to a bunch of stuff. But for example, let's look at channel list. So if you look at channel list, well, now they all have to import app because they have their local state. These are more globals that I sneaked in. Um, so ignore them for a moment. But now everybody has to import app. And um, so, for example, here, when you go via globals, you can see that this view doesn't depend on the state of any other view because it doesn't import any of them. And everything that it renders and everything that it reasons about is its own state core, which you could see before if those applications accepted core as an argument or not. Although most of them will accept core. So, for example, I don't know, chart panel. Chart panel also doesn't depend on a bunch of other stuff. But one that does depend on other stuff is, for example, um, hmm, I'm actually not sure which one because these are the views that we have currently are already like the ones that we have for now are mostly self-contained. But I guess my point is that once they have access to app, then they have every single one of them has access to everything. Like funnily enough, funnily enough, globals provide better isolation than having one shared object with all the definitions to everything in there. Because you don't opt into the visibility of other things by importing them. You just have everything because you have the definition of app. I really don't like it. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to revert this decision. I just cannot find a good argument in favor of it. The good news is that whatever we decide to do, it doesn't matter much at the end of the day because it's just a bunch of work to switch from one thing to the other. Like it's tedious, but it's feasible. So if one day if one day I discover that that was a bad idea, I'll just bite the bullet and switch it back, and it will be possible to do without much issue. So I'm switching away from this. So we have core active host. And then we had another active host. So it turns out that instead we're modifying the value in core. We're not modifying this. This is not used apparently. Okay. Um, environment. What? Environment did not belong to empty. Oh, so that's another crappy thing that happened in the meantime. Okay, let's go to empty. So I think what I want to do is dismantle the app type, right? Because we don't want this. Oh, so here we have a whole discussion about not locking core to load faster. And then you go above and you see that this is done after locking. Good job. Because it wasn't clear if this is atomic or not. We should make this an atomic variable. For example, the mutex does not protect the queue. It does not protect refresh. It does not protect restart time. And I don't think it protects cache path either. Just a hunch. Okay. Global app singleton. Why? So that we can do frame and so that we can do init. You know what? Maybe we shouldn't kill app. Maybe app can survive, but it stays in here. Like it's just a local concept here. Yeah. I'm actually fine with this part. This part makes total sense to me. But then frame is not a method on it. GUI frame is not a method on it. And check closing is not a method on it. Why should it be a method on it? Does it use up much? It uses it once here. And then refresh. Finds up. So they can access the window. If ID I enum from int I else null. What? Excuse me? That part is what? How did this happen? Hmm. Maybe it's because of how I've defined. No, this is a DVUI function. Why is the DVUI accepting an enum? What? I can't even go to definition on it. God damn it. Um, check closing once an app. For this, right? Oh, here's why this flew below. That explains it. Okay. GUI frame. I don't think we want the app anymore. I think we just want core at this point. Okay, let's see. Empty core. Main we don't use anymore. Do we use Awebo? Yeah. For host. Okay. Do we use core? Yeah. Do we use the UI? Yeah, most definitely. Do we use IO? Yes, we do. Do we use a locator? Okay, we'll take a look in a moment. Show new chat. We don't have show new chat. Wait, do we still have show new chat in here? No, I think I lost it somehow. Show new chat was state of belong to main. So, okay, here's an example. So, empty looks at state that belongs to main, and it was just a soup before. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted because I couldn't do what I'm doing, and I could try to push for integrating everything. Okay, okay, let's go the other way around. I'm convinced. I just want to try. I'm not convinced that it's the right, the better choice, but the fact that I've never done it, I'm kind of curious. Okay, so let's do this correctly now. So main, we give it state. We give it an init function, although in this case it doesn't need an init function because the default stuff is fine. So does it accept an entire app now as state? So you can't even call draw on it right now. So it has to be. It has to be that you need to give it an instance of itself. Now, for example, host bar. Host bar is so main is the main view that dispatches to everything else, right? After you added an initial server, main is the main view. that is always on. So when these patches like draws chat panel, how does it do it? Does it have a chat panel inside of it? Is chat panel inside of an app? How do we structure this hierarchy? I guess we could do it like this. We could do views and then we put them all in a struct. And so we have host bar, channel list is a channel list, chat panel is a chat panel, home panel, screen share box. So we do it like this. Okay. So that means that it's going to be main.views.hostbar.draw. And then we pass down core or whatever it is that that thing will want. Subviews. I don't know. Hmm. Okay. I guess that's one way of doing it. Color scheme, it's IU Mirage. Hmm. Yeah, so that's one way of doing this. And I guess I need now to go and rename all of these guys. I had to do this because I have a case insensitive file system, so I can't just change keysing of files that easily. Hmm. Also, user.zig should be called settings.zig. Oh, it did work. Else.zig. The fuck is in there? Nothing. Oh no, that might have been something important. Well, I guess we'll figure it out when the time comes. Okay. Let's see. App active screen loading. Blah blah blah. GUI.loading. What's GUI? Uh, huh. Huh. Oh, convert selection of word to uppercase is correct. The problem is that it doesn't understand that in Helix, I'm always selecting a single character, so it's doing the word selection. Uh, So I mean, there we go. And that's our um our GUI. Okay, so we have a GUI in ourselves now. And then when we render, GUI frame accepts app. Okay, and then we do app.gui.empty.draw. Probably only needs core, although we don't know for sure. So what's the problem here? Oh, that empty doesn't accept itself. Oh, and I will have to figure out where the state leaves. It seems that it's ours. I want to GPA this guy. Okay, in progress host join. I believe that is not your state. It is. It is our state. Oh, there we go. Error message. Is it still ours? It is still ours. Pending new chat. Pending new chat. So you named it pending new chat. Why are we using pending new chat in here? This should be pending new server. Why are we using pending new chat? What? No. Pending new chat. Oh, I think I see what happened. Pending new server. Actually, this would be pending new host. Wait, how many new chat things do we have in here? The fuck? Show new chat. Show new server. Host. Wait, I'm confused. Show new chat is false. Wait, this should not be here. What the fuck is going on in this code? Oh Oh, you know what it is? No, 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 no. Okay, I know what it is. It's the stuff for invites, I think. Yeah, this is the invite sign up. I think this is the guy that was using the new chat stuff. In progress host join. Okay, we'll take a look in a second. Also, you know what? If you have core, you have GPA from core. So core and const GPA equals core to GPA. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Pending new chat. No, this is pending new host. Although these names are kind of shitty, so we're gonna need to improve them. Okay, I don't know if we did this everything correctly, but we definitely made some progress at least. So what do we want to do next? So GUI empty is ported at least somewhat. So this is done. Let's take a look at host bar now. No more import of app. Let's move import of apps around. We don't need them. Okay, host bar. What are we doing here? Probably want to see core. Yeah. We don't know what's core. Okay. Active host. Okay. This is interesting. Active host right now is a state that does not belong to us. Right now, active host is a state that belongs to the main view. But one could argue that since we are the ones that modify this, maybe we should move it away from main. The problem is that kind of everybody wants to see the active host, not just this guy. But the problem is that but that is usually solved, I believe, in a way where I mean, you know what though? I take this back because active host is actually not even state of this guy anymore. Active host, we have it here, but it's vestigial. Actually, active host is from core. So this is in core. So we are mutating core here. So okay, never mind. Problem solved. There we go. We're stateless right now. Okay, let's see how this goes. It's gonna be a while though before we're gonna get to see this. Okay, so this is done. So we can go back to main. Host bar is done. Channel list. There's debug global. We could turn this into a debug field. Let's leave it a global for now. Show new chat or app pending new chat. Why is this state not here? It turns out that this state actually wasn't even here. This state was from here originally, which makes sense. Let's see. New chat floating window. New chat floating window. Okay, let's go in order. So this is gonna be cl.hostname. Just wants the host. Probably doesn't need core. That's fine. Then cl dot. Okay, just for see if I'm gonna give everything to everyone. Hostname seems fine. New chat floating window wants core and host. cl. Channel list. There we go. This is changing the active screen. Okay. That is important. Hmm. So we want to do active screen dot star. Essentially, we want to have a pointer to it. Now, where is this stuff defined? Where is this enum defined? Oh, it's even a union, not just an enum. I don't know if active screen belongs to app. I think it's a GUI concept. I think this is state that belongs to GUI. So we're taking this away and we're giving GUI the logic that it's currently missing. Now, to satisfy channel list, we need to give it a pointer to our active screen that is in main, and we do the same to user settings, probably. Main.draw takes a GUI active screen that is from here, and gives gives active screen to channel list. Channel list receives active screen and gives it to think it's user box. Yep. Okay. These mutates active screen. There we go. Okay. So this stuff is better now. Although we now have other problems. Pointless discard. Yeah, pointless discard. Okay. Hostname has app. Render AV debug window. Oh, I had it. Okay, no more mentions of app in here. Okay, we're not quite yet at the compiling stage, but one step closer. What else is there? Chat panel. I think the other ones are not going to be as complicated. Okay, so far so good. Search. Guess what? You're coming with me, and you're becoming state of our glorious struct nation. Ta-da! Interesting. Unused function pointer, really? Because we based entirely ourselves on core state. Okay. If that is the case, fine by me. Okay. Okay. Again, I don't think we did everything, but we gave it a good shot. Home panel. Home panel doesn't do much. Honestly, we keep it around, but screen share box. Hmm. Yeah, this guy is easy. Okay. So we finished the first pass over everything. There's a bunch of probably other things I haven't fixed. I don't think we're passing the build at all. We can do Zig build dash watcher or set minimal, so we can get help where ZLS fails because our build is completely broken. So let's go do that. So GUI setting doesn't exist, right? Because it's settings. Also, we didn't go in here. We definitely did not go in here. Const. To do no more app, or rather rename app to settings, and then kill this state. Man, this was so nice. It was such a nice approach. Though active page, this needs to be. I mean, active page is fine. And this becomes sub. It's not sub views anymore. It's only pages. I think we can put it here like this, and then we can say that this guy is I think they should make this thing float, hopefully. But it's also fine for it to be at the end, I think. Okay, sidebar. Okay, let's see. Page. P is at field pages. P dot name. P dot menu name. We give settings to the page. Why do we give settings to the page? I'm actually curious. Shadows capture from outer scope. Oh, let's just call it field. Page field. There we go. Capture and power. Okay. Okay. Or maybe this was it for porting this. There is no core. This guy should accept core first, H second, because that's what we've been doing everywhere else. It already does. Perfect. And it'll load screen share box in channel list. Huh. So this is a place where we are like reutilizing the screen share box. That is, you know what? This is kind of problematic. I'm gonna comment this out for a moment. I'm gonna regress this feature just temporarily. Let's get to a building state and then we're gonna re-enable it. It's just that it requires more integration work to get right. Just get the basics first. Pages had no member named AV. Are you sure? Oh, it's not they call enum. It's a field enum. And it's not the field pages, it's the field s.pages. Okay, app GUI draw, expect an argument found 0. Perfect. Main. Okay, missing start field pages. Um, no field name empty. Inclined GUI. Ooh, empty. Oh, it's subviews. Hmm, they're not just views. These are like scenes. Okay, GUI Zig 33. Okay. Loading has no draw. Oh, wait a second. Technically loading is impossible here because we don't get in here until core is done loading. This is unreachable. Also, that scene kind of doesn't exist anymore as a standalone. That's unreachable. That should just not exist, period, I think. I think I'm just taking it out. Client GUI loading.zig. Okay. No module app icon available. Oh man, what was it called then? Oh, because it's embed file, not import. Yeah. Wait, it is an embed file. What are we talking about? Oh, it's in host bar. Memory function specific argument found 3. Channel list. 39. Channel list active screen Awebo. Oh, it doesn't need core. Okay. Special argument found one. Deny pop up. Okay, there we go. There's no TZ. Hmm. Okay. Let's fix the next problem. Time zone. So time zone is something that we have in app right now. We don't have it anywhere else. So it's a dependency that views don't have access to. I think that the time zone information maybe should stay in core. You could argue that by passing app around, there could be, but I just don't want app to be a thing. Anything. I don't want app to be anything any fatter than it needs to be. Core is the thing that has this knowledge. So that means that we go in client GUI. Time zone becomes a thing that you need to give to core. So core depends on Zeit, and that is fine. Actually, at this point, it doesn't even need to be something that we call in here. We can just do it in here. So just this. What's CLI fatal? Oh, I don't know. That's fine, I guess. Now, why is this grab by pointer? I guess because it's just being read. Ah, whatever. Okay. So CP is not being used. Memory fraction expected zero argument found 2, settings draw. What else did it get in there? Core and active screen. Um, yeah, we do need this. There we go. Perfect. Like straight up fix this. Chat panel draw message. Okay. Sidebar. You know what? Let's do it core. Maybe it's just core.tz. There you go. Expected type T found const T. Settings. Oh. Expected client core found GUI settings. Yeah, that made little sense. Oh, we built. We built light at the end of the refactoring tunnel. Yeah. So we haven't broken it completely. Yeah. That works. Setting works. We regressed audio video settings because I commented it out. But other than that, I'm actually curious if now this is going to work. Test? This does. Still works. Also, oh, the exit button is still. How do you make the exit button float? Okay, the last thing that I want to do is try to fix this exit button, and then I'm gonna try to do and then I think I'm gonna call it a day. So ZLS just does not want to help us. Let's try to restart and see if that makes any difference. Build runner still fails. We don't know why. That's unfortunate. Because of that, we can go to definition and stuff doesn't work. But Zig build does work. No, it does not. Wait a second. Oh, GUI worked. This guy does not work anymore. Why? GUI lowercase main channel list. I think I just undid some changes by closing the editor here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Flow. This thing is killing me. Then we discovered that this guy wants core as well, I think. Oh no, the point of this card was a while ago. Okay, this is the stuff that I commented. Main expected one argument, found two. No, it expects two. Oh no, it needs also. Oh no, it doesn't have the. Mm, this guy needs it. Man. Oh god, this is another. Okay, just quit. Just quit. Fuck. Incredible. I don't know. Such a bad combination of issues. Um Many of expected arguments found 3. Deny pop-up. Oh no. Chat panel got fucked up also. Oh no, this guy got fully regressed. It got fully regressed. Jesus. Hmm. We're back again to building state. Jesus. Okay. Quit, please. As I was saying, let's just fix the exit button in the settings menu. We don't want it to disappear. We want it to float. So how do we make it float? I guess we can make it float. What if we render it first up here? Will that maybe make it float nice? No, it's still. Oh, well, it gives it priority, which is, I guess, good. Mm, I think we want it inside of here in any case. More than floating, we want it in the code that renders a page. The problem is that each page renders itself. Although that surprises me that we don't render the page title in a standard manner. So this guy prints its own title? Yeah, it does. I think it shouldn't. So let's collect this stuff here. In IEV, we take this. Make a vertical box that expands horizontally. We made the box only contain the title. Either that, or we could make this the box that contains the entire thing. Yeah, you know what? We can take this out. Also the spacer. Something like this. Oh my god, that is disgusting. But yeah, I guess. Now we can do better. Okay, this is gonna do something, but not what we want. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is gonna be what we want though. No, I need to save also the other thing. Okay, we have an exit menu that lives there. Sorry, an exit button that lives there. Oh, settings doesn't print anything anymore. That's bad. We broke the sidebar. Because it's not declarations, it's fields. Problem is now types are going to be different. Okay, we print again now the video. Nice. Okay, so we did a lot of refactoring, which has improved ultimately not much, but it is good work because it's gonna help set the tone for actually dealing with life cycles of things correctly. Because it just requires, like when you do bookkeeping of this kind, you need to be precise where state belongs to. And yeah, if your state is kind of half-assed, a little bit here, a little bit there, it's very easy to lose track of things. Case in point, um, we had a duplicate active page state that was completely vestigial, and we didn't know. So now we're there. I wish I didn't have to do some of the work twice. That's the only annoying thing. I wish we really did not have to do that. Okay, so with this, I think I'm gonna stop here. So thank you all for hanging out. I don't know. I hope you had a good time. And should I commit this? No, because I want to restore the screen share and video preview functionality first. But I don't want to do this now because I have to go. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Let me see if there's anybody I should raid.